can go to YouTube and watch my own stream. Because I need the messages open. That's a lot of views. 121 yesterday is a lot. Anyways. Let's see, because I should be live right now, which means that I can just... Whoa! It's weird. Okay, so I am live, that's my live, and then if I go to studio, something broke, and I have another live planned, apparently. Live. Yeah, that's not upcoming. It's not even using one of my pictures for it. What the heck? Anyways, buying candy in LT2. Alright, I should mute that. I can pop out chat. Control Windows T. Okay. Now if I just make my chat as small as possible. Okay, and that's good, I guess. So I suppose that I'll go ahead and yeah, okay. I'll start buying candy bags again. Yesterday we got up to 1,000, which means that I'm in for a bit of a long run on this. Just gotta get back into the mindset of just buying candy bags, I guess. I actually picked a ton of keybinds at once, I guess. I see that, like, now the yes is on the top, which is just really annoying, because it'd be better if I just could keep the muscle memory that I had. It's a really annoying bug in general, but it's really weird that it only ever happens with Dom. Just not realizing how bright my phone is right now. That's such a waste of power on it. There we go. Did that get deleted just now? Are we serious? Man. I guess I have to be a little more caring when I toss it. That kind of sucks. Man. So like really sucks. I have to go back and buy another. Hopefully that's gonna respawn soon, so I don't have to keep doing that. Maybe not, though. There she goes. Okay. I don't see why it isn't like an immediate respawn, but whatever. Yo, what's up, Soul? How you doing? The stream delay is pretty bad, so... I mean, it always is, but... Probably should know that. Should probably say that when people show up in chat, that the stream delay is bad, but... What's up, Soul? How you doing? Yes, I can. Let me go ahead and do that. Advanced audio properties. Let's do 175 and see how that's for you. Is that better? I can put it up more if you'd like. A bit more. Okay. Definitely a little struggle, because of stream delay, but there we go. I turned it up to 200%, which is a 33% increase, I think that'd be. Yeah, that would. you still here? Because you stopped chatting. I don't know if that was, You know what? My mic was also kind of farther away from my face than usual, so maybe that was part of it. But, um, if you're still here, then please tell me if it's good or not, because I'd like a enjoyable stream experience for viewers that might appear. I don't get very many viewers on this. Oh, you know what? I actually genuinely forgot to make it known that I'm streaming. I'm kind of surprised that even you showed up. Okay, there we go. What's up, Hush? How you doing? Sorry about the stream delay. You're probably gonna have to wait a minute to actually hear me, but um, I can't really do a whole lot about it. It's just kind of been like that forever, so. You know what? I'm doing okay. Uh, this is kind of the first thing that I'm doing this morning. It's 10:30 a.m. for me, but I'm just finishing the candy bags I need to buy. I'm explicitly happy that they're still in the shop right now because I was a little worried that because it's so past Halloween already that they'd be gone, but only have around um either 800 or 1300 more to buy, so it's not that bad. So I'm not actually doing stock up season. Uh, if you look over there, you can tell it's not a very good stock up base if I were doing stock up season because it's just a pile of items. But what I'm doing is I'm getting between 2,000 and 2,500 candy bags. Um, I'm probably not gonna buy even any of the Jacko melons. But I'm going to get, 2,000, 2,500 of these, whatever, however many I'm willing to do, really, and however many I think will be able to work out for it. Um, and then I'm going to try and get YouTubers or just friends to come by and open some of them and just hang out for a little while. Um, and then I'll be blowing up the candy that we get out of it because I think that'll be fun. Um, but the goal of this is kind of like someone like Apton would never really collaborate with me because he does building and I do logic, right? And people that do logic can't really collaborate with me because everyone has a different style of doing logic. Poisonous can't collaborate with me. Patrick can't collaborate with me because a complex build usually requires very simple logic, and a complex logic build requires very simple building. So it kind of ends up where yes, that is more or less what it is, because I just can't really hang out with these people otherwise, unless, like, I start building or they start doing logic or whatever. And then it's kind of more like a job thing, where this is also, but this is, I don't know, I want the, collaboration, at some point with some of these people, like, I'll probably ask Poison if he wants to help out, because Poison has already said that if he has time, he will. And no, it's probably going to be like a freer invitation. Anyone that I think won't cause a problem if they're in the game, I'll let join, most likely. So not like randoms, but like Hush, I know you. Um, I also know, Never Plays. Hi, Never. Um, I know Soul. Like, I'll probably allow a lot of friends. Like, priority would go to, any YouTubers that could show up because of the, collaboration thing, but anyone that's going to be around for it, it's going to take like 1 or 2 hours. So I'm assuming that if there's any YouTuber around for it, they're probably going to have to go very shortly into it, which means that there'll probably be space for more people. But I'm just, I'd like to, hang out with people for a little while. Might try and do a VC with some of the people that I have there or something. I'm not too sure, because it's not explicitly clear. if a lot of these people would VC. Like, I don't know if Poisonous VCs. I know that Apton does, but I don't know if he would. So, it's a little up in the air on what exactly I do. But it is kind of just like a hangout thing. With only 6 people allowed in a server, though, it's going to be a little difficult to make sure that, you know, a lot of people end up, like, cycling through. Especially if I have someone that's active more. Like, I'm going to assume that, like, if I had Fire in there, he'd probably last a while if he doesn't just get bored. But, you know, just gonna hang out with people for a little while. I think it'll be fun. But it is taking me a very long time. Yeah, I know that. I know that. So if I do the VC thing, it would probably be not posted. I probably wouldn't post the link to the stream in the fan group because the fan group is really strict on like the F word. So I'm pretty sure that Apton's is fine with the F word, and of course my server is where I post the stream link as well. So I don't think there'd actually be any issue with a lot of the things that people say, and like Apton, I don't think is gonna say the N word live on my stream, right? Fire is likely to just jump around. But I'd like to at least have some of these people on my plot to hang out for a minute. Like, it's cool to have that clearly, and maybe I'd buy some wires so that people can sign on the base as well. Like, maybe I buy a truckload or two of wires after this so that anyone that shows up can sign, but it'll probably get really laggy later on in the thing, so I don't know about that. I should definitely pre-prepare the dynamite this time, though. Buying the dynamite last time sucked. Yeah. It's more of a worry, like, there are some people that I know, like Pi, I didn't even really consider letting him in, because I know that, like, if I gave Pi my invite link, he'd join on the most vile thing, or he'd leak the invite link, or whatever. And I can't be bothered to deal with that, so just gotta choose the people that I let in very, very wisely. But I genuinely think that most of the YouTubers or whatever wouldn't do anything bad. Like, if I invited Electro or Apton or whatever, and I feel like a lot of them wouldn't even show up, but it'd be cool if Apton showed up, at least for a couple of minutes, hang out on stream, but who knows, right? I don't know exactly where I'd have the VC, though. Like, I wouldn't want to force people into my Discord, especially at the undone state that it's in. My server is so unfinished because Lohiri isn't up yet. Like, it's a completely finished server almost, but almost every single important function does not work because Lohiri is down. That's kind of why I'm intending to mostly, like, invite YouTubers, and then friends can show up if they'd like to. Like, if a friend asks me if they can join, then I probably would if the server isn't full or if I'm not expecting someone. But, like, invites would go out to YouTubers. I'd ask, like, Poisonous I've already asked. I'd probably ask Apton and maybe Electro. I don't know, because I don't know Electro at all, right? Like, I feel like Apton might, because Apton knows me a little bit, but Electro, like, I've met him offhand in a portrait giving out stream. So, I don't think I don't think he or Apton have my signature. Which is kind of interesting. Because a lot of people have my signature, but they don't. Which is kind of sad, also. But, yeah. Like, back when me and Patrick and Cheese were doing it, it was chill. Yeah, there wasn't anything bad said in chat, which is why I was able to post the video of it. But this time I'm going to be doing a stream, which means that I can't really censor things so much. So it would definitely be, a more, like, strict thing in terms of that. And I don't know if I'd let a lot of people, like, friends even. Some might not be ones that I'd let in the voice chat. I mean, yeah, a lot of people that I know don't seem to have it. Which is interesting, because a lot of people that I don't know, like, personally, will have my signature, and then, like, you won't. I think that Soul does, Never does, some people do. Some people do, but not all that many. I don't think that Wiry does. I don't think that Patrick does. I don't think that Poi does. No, Poi doesn't. At least he shouldn't. Dogfish does, but I don't really know Dogfish. Smashed does, but he wanted to replace it with my portrait, so he might have honestly taken it down. He genuinely might have taken it down, and that'd make me kind of sad. Um, I think that I did a special thing for Dogfish when I signed his base. I think that I put a little bit more flair into it. I'm not too sure. I think it'd just be cool to have like YouTubers and people just hanging out in a server with me opening candy bags. I think that that would be a fun stream to do. Um, Especially if I manage to do the voice chat thing, but that's still like up in the air of if people are willing to do that. It'd probably be best to ask Apton if he could make a voice chat, and give exclusively me permissions to give people access to the channel. But like, also, I could very easily like give everyone view permissions to the channel and then give everyone message and add everyone perms in it. So maybe it'd be like a special bot function, which I feel like is just a crazy thing to ask of Ghost Mode for me to do one stream, you know? So I'm guessing that it'd probably be like in my server or something where there'd be more trust going around, because I know for a fact that Apton would not be around the entire time, and I don't want to ask one of the staff members to show up just to do that. Um, I mean, one of the higher staff, right? Because I am a staff member, but I don't have any like real permissions. Which is still cool though. Like, I enjoy being a giveaway manager. I didn't want to sound ungrateful. There are a couple of things that I have to figure out before I do that stream, but like, if I can figure out a time in which like Poi and Apton and whoever else will be on, that would be cool. There was someone else that I was thinking of trying to get in the video, but I don't remember who it was, because I know that Poi and Apton were two that I was talking about. Um, the other was not Electro. I know that almost for a fact, that I was not talking about getting Electro on the stream the first time that I really thought about it. Yeah, it's low-key you work for them, but you don't have the trust of having some perms. Yeah, which I think is reasonable, because seeing you being willing to work, is good. And it also helps them because, like, who wants to do the giveaway stuff, you know? So, I think that's, fine. But, like, you aren't supposed to stay Gito. You are not supposed to stay giveaway manager for, like, a year, right? That's not, I don't think that that's how they intend giveaway manager to work. So I'm not worried, about working for them and not being trusted for too long. I think it's actually a fair role to have. Like, my server's going to have a giveaway manager role. And it's probably also going to be a bridge into the staff positions. Just because I think that's, like, an important thing to have. I'm trying to make my Discord, as soon as Lohiri is actually working, it should be the best setup of any Discord server, at the very least Lumber Tycoon ones. Because Lohiri is going to be a custom bot made by me to do literally anything that I want it to, which should be pretty good working. Yeah, because if you're GDO, if you're giveaway manager for a year, you're probably not just denying a promotion, right? Like, I guess that there might be someone that would deny a promotion, but that's terribly unlikely, I think. If you're GDO for a year, then that probably just means that you aren't worth getting promoted, so you aren't doing a very good job. Which, I mean, yeah, you might as well just demote them at that point. They probably will not be getting any better. definitely not a very round pile. I'm kind of upset about that because there's just one big portion where it just shoots off. This is not going to turn out like a circle. Taking the first reviews about it, turn it later on accepted, and now he's admin. Crazy how he first didn't want him, and now he's even above moderation. I could probably be a higher staff role had I not gotten banned forever ago. My initial thing for Aptons was to get staff, and then I kind of started. To be fair, though, a lot of stupid stuff happened. Like, Klee making all the staff block me. That was crazy. I could not believe that. I don't think I did that much wrong. Crazy thing to get me in trouble for. And then I think that I also got in trouble for giving away a ton of money in the server. Like, I just kept giving 20 mil to people. I think that got me in trouble. I got in trouble for arguing about marksman. I got in trouble for the thing with Void. So I kind of did a lot of things, but I feel like some of them were just. Like giving away money, it's crazy to get someone in trouble for that. I think that in a lot of servers, I kind of get fear-mongered away from moderating. Like in the fan group, but the fan group is fair, dude. I don't think I've ever been so mistreated as a moderator. But there's kind of this fear that I get a lot of the time from the staff members about becoming a higher staff member. Which, you know, I guess makes some sort of sense. Yeah, the money thing was kind of stupid. And then there was no explanation as to why Marksman was in the server and why he was able to openly and obviously break the rules. Like, how am I supposed to react to Marksman literally just duping? And, like, you know, even if he wasn't duping, he was selling bases and selling a Discord server, which means that he was violating both Discord and Roblox TOS. And there was just no punishment for that. He was above the rules, right? And then the Void thing, I kind of regret that one. Klee asking all the not asking, but forcing the staff to block me was kind of crazy. And then I think that I got in trouble for still talking with Marley after all the staff were told to block me. I know for a fact that she probably got in trouble for that. And then Extract, also talked to me after that, but he ended up literally only doing it so that he could try and get me in trouble. So he was just like, he was trying to get me to say anything incriminating, right? So it's very, very lucky that I did not tell him that I was still talking to Marley, but eventually that, you know, came out anyway. But I then started kind of harassing Extracky. Every once in a while I'd make an alt account and message him because, like, man, seriously, you're gonna stop being friends with me and, you know, intentionally betray me just because Klee told you to? Because we were, like, at least decent friends before I got banned, and then he immediately got to trying to cause massive problems for me. But we're okay. We're on good terms now, I think. I probably should not have spammed him, and then when Marley got banned, I should not have spammed about that, because I made an alt account and I then spammed in the Discord. But I definitely did some things that I regret, but a lot of that would not have happened had I not gotten banned in the first place, so I don't know how to feel about it. I don't even know what all happened before I got banned. Like, I think that Marksman and Void happened before I got banned. And then the Marley and Extracky things happened after I got banned, obviously. The giving away money thing happened before I got banned. And I don't know if I really did anything else that was bad. Well, I don't see how they could really force him to have a problem with me, you know? Like, I don't see how he'd get forced into it. Like, someone would have to know that he was still talking to me, which I feel like they don't really know that, right? Um, and then I feel like he was kind of unaffected by me messaging him. I don't know, though. Like, I don't know what he was thinking at the time, so I can't say anything for sure. But I don't really think there's any way for them to leverage him getting me in trouble, like, for something. Like, what could he be offered, or, like, how could he be forced into trying to cause problems for me, I think. Um, but, like, I have no bad blood with Extraki. I'm okay now. Like, I'm happy that he's giving me a second chance as a friend, you know? So, me and Extraki are okay with each other. I do not hold a grudge against him for that. Um, I'm still not sure why Klee had the staff team block me. Like, I really did not do all that much bad. To, like, go out of her way to make staff members block me was just kind of impressive, honestly. Um, oh, and Extraki, leaked messages from me to Pavel when I was talking to him after I got banned. Which then Marksman got, I think? Something like that. And then I knew for a fact that Tracky was snitching on me. And then he said that Pavel is good with technology or something, and that he hacked into his account or whatever else. Um, and so I always had a grudge against Pavel. And I was kind of happy to see him get in trouble for being problematic. I was actually tipped off about that a while before he got in trouble for it. Then I was like pretty close with the older staff like Marley, Haruki, Pavel, blah blah. And it's too so probably just talked him into it, you know, because they're friends too. Which is kind of disgusting. Like, I never liked Pavel at all. Um, he, like, I had no opinion on him before I got banned, and then he was just like really bad. After I got banned, guy was just a bad dude. Um, so you know, whatever. Um, I'm gonna say that Pavel, I'm arguably a little glad that he's no longer around, because I feel like he would cause problems for me now, and I just generally do not want to deal with the guy. Um, I think that I had DMs with him at some point. Huh. I know that I was anonymously reporting new exploit stuff to Aptons in the fan group at some certain point, and I think that Pavel was the guy that I was talking to about it. Um, maybe. I've got no idea. I don't even think that I have that anonymous account anymore. I mean, like, kind of what do I care for it, but I was using alt accounts a lot to talk to Apton staff, at least to berate Extraki and report exploits to Pavel. The fan group was interesting though, because I used that alt to report a new base steal exploit where people would just like steal your bases. And then the fan group was like, okay, well we can't do anything about that, so we're gonna close this ticket. And I was like, okay, guess your members don't need to know that their bases could just be taken. That's good news. We're just happy to let that go, huh? That was a very interesting reaction from the fan group. I didn't know a lot about Pavel. Like, all I knew about him was that he tried to get Tracky against me, you know? Like, that was all that I had to know about him. So, him having exploit bases, I think that he got in trouble for buying money, and then he scammed someone. Which is hilarious, because what I was told about is that Pavel scammed someone. And I actually found the guy that he scammed, and talked to him for a little while on an alt account. But it was very, very interesting that Pavel would scam someone, because that's like basic. If you are doing exploit stuff and then you scam someone, you are basically just being like, okay, here, ban me for free. because that person is gonna want to speak out against you. Like, man, um, the guy that he scammed was pretty annoying though. So yeah. Um, I also have no idea who's watching right now. I don't think I can even check that. What about the base stealing stuff? Uh, that was like a year ago. I got a level. Base steal has probably gotten better, honestly, because it was you downloading someone else's base for, which was something that ButterHub had, where you would download their base and then you could auto build it. I don't know if it works with wires or anything now, because I was in ButterHub for a while to keep track of that, and then I did not actually do anything with that. So yeah, look at that, fire the lurker. I don't know how much 10 minutes really is in consideration of how long I've been talking, because this stream has been on for an hour. Is this... That was Bullet for my Valentine. I thought that was... Okay. Probably. I haven't been in ButterHub in forever. Last time I heard about it was Pi yesterday telling me that Applebox was working on a new ButterHub. I don't really care about it all too much, given that I don't exploit, but, you know. Sometimes it's nice to keep track. It's still why I do... It's part of the reason why I do all of my work in VIP servers, because I don't know who's, like, gonna try and steal my base, and also, like, I don't want someone to blow up my wire trucks. Those are kind of expensive nowadays. Well, it's... There's some vulnerability in the game, I guess. We're able to create a file that includes all of the data of someone else's base. So I guess that it's probably just, like, they figure out, like, what is on a certain plot, so they just look in the files, for that, because, I mean, they have to see the base, so they can just do that. And then they can know where all the blueprints and stuff are. The wire stuff was probably hard for them to code, but there should be that ability. And then they would just copy all of those parts into an auto build file, and then it would just auto build someone else's entire base, as long as you had the wood for it. So it's not like the same as old base steal, where you could just like steal someone's base, but it is definitely a little worrying still, because someone, even if they don't build your base, they can upload the file to other people, and then just have your base shared around everywhere. But I do know that ButterHub, when they initially released it, had it limited to a certain group of people so that it wouldn't be like a super massive problem, which is like the first moral thing I think ButterHub has ever done. They have Fling on there, right? I think they have Fling on there. And then a lot of people in the ButterHub server were really heavy on like, haha, flinging people stuff is so funny, which is a little weird to me. And I find it very interesting how people are always so like in love with flinging exploiter spaces, like they can't just make another one. It's interesting to me. I don't really see how there's any benefit to that. And like, man, the current dupe glitch, like if they just are smart, they can log in on that account and then join a different server, and then their stuff is already back. Like, you can't really do anything to exploiters nowadays. The most you can do is report them, and then they get in trouble in some certain Discord server, and then they can just make an alt, right? Yeah, I've actually never had my items flung, which is, it's nice, to not have to worry about that. I think that exploiters are kind of nice to me sometimes. Like, I've known a lot of exploiters, and people just don't really have issues with me, I guess. Um, and I also don't go on public servers, so it's mostly like exploiters that I've talked to. Um, so it's not really all that much of a surprise that these people aren't flinging me. Um, but it's definitely a worry. Like, whenever I see someone exploiting, I'm like, alright, well, I'm not gonna report you or anything, because I don't really care all that much, especially if they're not doing anything destructive. But, like, ideally they would not fling me. So I'm a little worried. I'm like, alright, well, I have to be really, really careful to make sure that they do not fling me right now. It's why I don't really do trades anymore, because the chance that someone flings stuff on my plot is just not worth my time. That's actually a rather large pile of candy bags. I mean stack, not pile. I lost stuff in like 2023 only, and 2024 and 2025 never, and before that I didn't have good stuff either way. Um, I've had good stuff. I've just never had to deal with exploiters, and I've had a VIP for like most of the time that I've ever played this game. Um, like, I guess back in my early days of playing it, I did not have a VIP, but I'd had enough Robux to kind of keep a VIP for all the time. I've probably had a working VIP for most months since I started doing Logic, which at this point is around 2 years. So I've had a working VIP for a while now. I know that this VIP I've had for at least 6 months. I just can't really bother to check how much I've spent on VIP servers, because it's not that big of a deal to me. I drop money a lot. Who cares? I do have to berate this one guy that owes me Robux, though, because I only have 1 more month of hosting my VIP server. Which is not very much, considering it renews in actually just about a month. But it's still not very good. I need to get at least like 1,000 Robux. And as much as oh god, as much as I could like beg Smashed, I don't feel like that's the wisest thing to do, especially considering he's like a friend. That's who I was gonna try and get on my stream. Smashed, right? Okay. But I want to remain in like good terms with these people, so I'm gonna ask the guy that owes me Robux to give it to me finally. And then for I don't know. I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna be winning Robux again soon here. If that's the reward for this competition, I should check right now. I actually don't know what the rewards for this competition are. Let me check. I think that it is a Robux reward. If I get first place, that is. I don't know if there's any Robux reward if I don't, but if I check event announcements and I scroll up a lot, first place will get 3 truckloads of assorted items, a truckload of Spook, and a truckload of Sinister, $10 Robux gift card. Right, okay, so if I get first place, then I get 1,000 Robux. And if I don't, then I don't, obviously. Okay, so I could get up to 2,000 Robux if I win that competition. But it's definitely something that I have to do. Make sure to ask, the guy that owes me Robux right now. Because it's been months since that, that competition ended. And he still owes me for it. You know what's kind of weird to me? Is that it's been a long, long time since the Japanese competition ended, and there's still not, the results out. So I'm a little worried that we just aren't going to get the results for that competition at this point. Like, what are we waiting for, guys? You know? I don't even remember what the rewards for that are. I just remember that I participated. I'm pretty sure that it's a lot of money for first place, which is, you know, a little weird at this point. But, I mean, honestly, I could use money. I'm starting to run a little bit low. It really just depends on how much. Like, if it's a $10 million prize that I get, I'll just recycle that. But, if I check competitions... Yeah, that competition ended in, like, no time, dude. Doom better not win. I would be so upset if Doom won, because it's just, like, a small thing. I feel like most of the first wins, or I mean, most of the first builds won't actually be qualified because they're just AI builds. Um, and well, I mean place high, not qualified, but and a lot of these are kind of simple. Mine's kind of simple too, so I don't feel like I'll get a very high place. But I think that despite a lot of simplicity and kind of maybe weirdness in some of the design, some places, it is cool. But I think that the one made by Pro Man will probably get a high score. The Japanese themed escape room will probably get a high score. Ryu will probably get a high score. I might get like top 10. And then I'm hoping that Lucario's gets a high score. I don't get why Doom is allowed to do anything. Dog literally suggested the new voting system, and I do not like it at all. I think it is a waste. But, you know, whatever. Who cares what I say, right? I'm also one of the comp judges. I think that mine was in my top 3. Maybe it was. I don't know. I don't know who I voted for anymore. It'd be kind of cool if we could check, but unfortunately, it's on a Google form. Which was, again, a stupid idea, but, you know, let me not keep pointing that out. But new voting system is stupid. It's bad. I don't like it. I think it was a absolute waste of time to try to incorporate. And it makes zero sense to me, like, at all. Especially now that, like, they have to single out which ones are judges, and also, because it doesn't have any real check for who you are, you can submit votes for a single person multiple times. You can just, like, pretend that you're someone else, right? And you have to randomize your votes a little bit, but you can easily make one person win, or at least get closer to winning, just by pretending that you're someone else. You just need a verifiable email, right? And then, like, you also need to make sure that you aren't using someone that's actually active. But it's also entirely plausible that, like, that other person just gets their vote voided because they apparently voted twice, and then you have one less person to worry about, right? Neither, like, just do reactions and then the comp judges send in their top 3. That was good. It was good. I think that is the best possible way to do it. And I'll be doing it at least without, like, a custom bot function. I'll have a custom bot function for my competitions. But in regards to doing it simple and effective, that is the best way to do it. And I see no reason why Apton decided to deviate from that, other than that Doom was berating him. Doom, honestly, is just kind of annoying. Like, he was banned for a while, and I think that was a better time. At least for our competition system. Like, I think that Doom is kind of just addicted to trying to solve problems that don't actually exist, and I think that's why he berates Apton to change things so much. Like, there was no problem with the voting system. Literally none. It was more secure than the current voting system. I see no way that, like, why did we change it? Um, so, it's just kind of a Doom thing, I guess, trying to solve problems that aren't existent. Um, Actually create more problems. It's simple, works perfectly fine. Like, looks cool, but way too much word for that. It doesn't even look cool. And then you also have to remember where you voted, and then you can't like click through the photos, so you can't see all the detail. You'll have to look actually in the channel for it, which is just so much work. Like there's only one photo per build, and if you submitted multiple photos, then they'll just take a picture of the collage the Discord makes, the mosaic, and then that's just like, man, you lose a lot of the detail regarding your build. Um, so it's genuinely just like a waste, I think. The thing with Ohiri is that because of the way that the bot is, it's really kind of just for my servers. So it's gonna be cool once I actually have Lohiri up and running. Uh, but if I make it like a free to use bot, I'll probably end up having to limit some of the functions out of it. And I'd like to start learning Discord.js very, very soon so that I can, get ahead of the curve on that. Because like Ghost mode, he's working, but I could probably work faster, you know? So ideally, I would make sure that these features are all mine. And like the only other person that knows about this like one big feature that I'm planning is Smashed. So I think I'm pretty secure on getting at least something cool with my bot. Um, but it's just like a matter of like me starting to work on the bot, which is probably gonna be a little while longer. So. Okay, yeah, so I do agree with that. That's a problem with all current competitions, that the ones posted at the start get more votes. But what does because I guess that the form randomizes placement of those, I think. But, um, what's stopping you from just making a bot function where it randomly sends them to, like, the DMs of a user and then they vote like that? Um, and then you could always have it, where you've got like words. Um you could always have like, I don't know, you could always tell people that they have to submit as soon as they're done with the build. Um like if you're caught waiting for the last minute, then you get in trouble for it. And of course judges are the voters, right? Like they should care about their votes and what they're voting for. But I feel like another way to ensure it is to actually give more votes to people with the talent rules related to the competition. Like, builders get more votes on a build comp than logicists do. I feel like that is a good way to fix that as well. Then anonymous builds so that people are not voting just for their friends. Um, and there like wouldn't be really a punishment for telling your friends, I don't think. Like, maybe if you tell a lot of people. Um, but there are a lot of different ways that you could try to fix for that, and instead they just did like the worst possible solution of making it easy to commit fraud. Like we literally have voter fraud as a possibility in Lumber Tycoon competitions right now. It's like the US elections all over again. I don't know if any of you guys live in the US, so I don't know if that was funny to you guys. Yeah, I was joking about some of the politics stuff, which probably I shouldn't discuss live on stream. Probably should avoid that. Um, anyways, it's also free votes. Like nowadays, Fire, it's free votes for anyone that is able to make a ton of different Gmail accounts, right? Which I think that's like 5 per phone number and then 1 per month without a phone number, which is not a lot, but with some good preparation, you can at the very least get some more votes on you. And then if you make it plausible that you have like alt accounts in the Discord, then you can get yourself a ton of different judge votes, which is also an issue with the judging stuff, right? But like, come on, it's a lot easier if we just didn't swap from the initial system or swapped to something actually good. Alright, 329. Got about 170 more cycles of this to do. Jeepers cripes, dude. And that's if I don't go for the 1300. If I go for the 1300, then it's 295 cycles. Plus, I also have to make that truckload for the guy that I promised I would make a truckload for. Yeah, yesterday's stream was 4.5 hours to get 1,000, so this stream will probably also be around 4.5 hours, I think. We might be a little faster this time, cause what, I've done 3 so far, and it's been 1 hour and 15. So, what, 75, yeah, 25 minutes per, around there. Which means it's actually taking about a minute per cycle of this, which might be related to putting it in the truck. That might be why it's taking so long. But yeah, it's about 25 minutes per cycle, I guess. Or a minute per cycle, and then every single time I get 25 cycles, I take them back to the base. But it's 25 minutes per cycle, and I'm doing 1 right now to get up to 350, and then I have 6 more after that, so it's 7. 7 times 25 is 125, right? I think it's 125. No, it's 175, sorry. Yeah, 175, which is almost 3 hours. So we're a little ahead of the 4.5 hour mark, but by 13 minutes. So like not all that ahead, you know. And I know that I definitely had some break time of probably around 10 or so minutes last stream. So I'm guessing that we're at about the same time right now. So like ideally I'd be able to speed this up a little bit, because this is really shaping out to be another 3 hours of streaming. Which I don't know how you guys think that'll feel, but I don't think it'll feel very good. This is kind of like the most mind-numbing possible thing to do in this game. Alrighty, and that's going to take me some more time then, because I got flung out the door, which is something that didn't happen at all yesterday, so I'm upset that it's happening now. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab from here, and it's the same one as last time, too. It's the one on that edge. What a wacky thing to notice, but... okay. I'm not that against a longer stream today, so I'm okay with it. I was actually planning to have a longer stream today. I was planning on this being about a 9-hour project just to get prepared, so I would not be all too surprised if it ended up being 10 or whatever. I'm just a little worried that if I stop loading this plot, or if I stop having the server loaded, then the candy bags will go out of stock today, and then that would suck. I cannot afford for these to go out of stock right now when I do not have a spare, like, way to get more. Because I need, you know, at this point, it's almost, what, 1,200, it's almost 1,400 right now, so I'd need at least 600 more. And 600 candy bags are not easy to come across just to, like, buy, you know? It's a lot easier if I get them myself. I think that ideally I could skip to like 4 hours of stream at most, but that's probably the only like good I'll get out of this. Because I definitely did have a few minutes of downtime at the start of this stream, and there was a little more. Yeah, no way that someone is gonna sell that much, especially after they go out of stock. Like I would be dropping my entire fortune would have to be spent to get that, you know? It'd be a lot to spend. I would expect to not be able to finish this project had that happened. But, I mean, also, like, it doesn't look too bad to say I opened 1,500 candy bags. It just looks way better to say 2,500, you know? Like, last year, or not last year, but 2023, I'm pretty sure that I opened, the video that I posted only actually showed me opening 1,200, but I still posted it because, like, I posted it saying 2,500 because technically I did open 2,500, but also it's just like the best possible title, so it was a little clickbaity. But like also, come on. I mean, who's gonna be able to catch me, right? Um, like they'd have to watch all 3 of the videos, the one that I made, the one that she's made, and the one that Patrick made, and then they'd have to count how many candy bags we each opened to figure out, oh, they didn't actually open 2,500. So, it's more of just like for the viewer experience, you know? I mean, what kind of viewer doesn't like watching something that seems way, like, super duper insane? Um, and it probably will seem super duper insane once I, you know, open all of these candy bags that I'm going to buy. So, you know. And I've got hundreds more to buy. But that's okay. I knew what I was getting into when I started doing this. To keep up with pace, I'll have to finish this by 11:30, which I don't feel like is going to happen. I might take a break to eat lunch at 12, actually. So I might get up to 375 cycles and then take a break. Just because I'm kind of starting to develop a little bit of hunger. I ate a little while ago, but it really was not that much. Another issue with me having 2,500 on this plot is that I opened around 1,000 or so, I would say, on both of the plots that I did last year. One of the plots ended up having a data size 9, and the other a data size 8, and that was of just candy. Which means that if I did do, 2,500, the likelihood is that I'd go over data 20, which means that I really cannot do 2,500 or, 5,000 or whatever. So we're just going to have to stick to probably 2,000 and calling it 2,500. Which is why I'm not so worried about spending a ton of time today, because I genuinely think that I can just call it at 2,000. I'm also pretty sure that I have purchased extras, because if I'm not sure if I've clicked my counter yet, I will just not click it, because otherwise I might do an extra count, which means that I might actually have probably like 20 extras by now, I'd say. So I'll be up a little anyways. Not like, you know, 500, but a little bit. And I'm a little worried about the data size, right? So just gonna keep being a little cautious. I'll probably have it on that one stream, opening and then blowing up all the candy. Uh, but it might be better to do two separate streams of blowing up the candy and opening them, just so that people get their like eye caught when I actually blow it up. Um, so I might do two separate streams, and then like when I'm blowing it up, try and get some YouTubers or whatever in there, because it'll be a little more difficult. Probably like nearer to the end of it, the YouTubers will be like already gone. So a second stream where I actually open them or blow them up might be the better way to get people there. Um, and I feel like a stream with Apton is a pretty good way to make my stream a little more popular. Or Apton might just do his own stream of helping me with it, which probably wouldn't be too good for my content, but whatever. Hopefully Apton wouldn't try and profit off of me like that, but who knows. Because when I did the first candy bag video, like I said earlier, Patrick and Cheese God also made videos on it. I kind of wanted them to. But it also was definitely like, okay, so like we're just gonna go ahead and take this from me. Like, because I ended up doing all the stuff with the candy bag, getting the entire video set up. And then they posted their own videos, which I think, because Patrick did show off his build at the end of it. With one of Patrick's, or Cheese God's logic arts, or wire arts. Jeepers Christ, I'm so bad with words right now. But I think that, it was kind of fair for them also to make videos on it. I'm just kind of stingy, about the, like, take credit away from me thing. I was definitely, like, closer friends with Patrick at the time, so I was perfectly okay with him, making a profit off of me, but nowadays I probably wouldn't really want people doing that, because I'm actually trying to have some sort of a YouTube thing going on. Obviously I'm streaming right now, but I'd like for this to continue being good. We're not gonna have this done by an hour and a half. It's okay. It'll just mean that I had a little bit of downtime, which isn't so bad, because I know for a fact that I had downtime at the start of the stream, and then when I was looking at competition rewards, and there have definitely been some times where I've looked at chat and slowed down a little bit, so And then I get to take this back to base. I'm going to try and even out this side so that it isn't just like one really, really weird part just like shooting out of the thing. So I want that to be a little more even. Yeah, see, that's better. What would have been really cool is if I tried to make my logo out of this or something. I feel like that'd be a funny thing to do. But it'd also be extremely difficult. So, maybe next year, right? Because I feel like I'm probably going to try and do something like this every year. Because, like, spending 2 days, or what is basically the equivalent of 9 hours doing this, is not that bad. Yeah, so it's 11:30. So I'll probably go and eat lunch soon here. I'll probably just eat something small for lunch anyway. Like, I won't be gone for too long, maybe 10 minutes at most. Just that I don't have to lose too much time on this. But, like, the first thing I did this morning was literally turn on my computer and get ready for the stream. So after yesterday, when Adapter had me all scared that the items were already gone, I've developed that fear of the items being gone. So just kind of trying to get this done as soon as possible so that I don't have to worry about that anymore. This is 3 Days Grace, but I think it's the new album. I'm not a huge fan of the new 3 Days Grace album. Isn't it? It is the new album. See, I knew it. It's not my favorite. 3 Days Grace has better albums. Like what? If I go ahead and I should subscribe to them. But if I check all their albums, the Mars one, I think it is. Yeah, Transit of Venus. Okay, it's not Mars, but Transit of Venus is a really good album by them. I liked a lot of the songs in that. I don't think I've ever heard this song before. What is this? Silent Theory. Okay. I don't think I've actually ever listened to this band before, so maybe it'll be good. Alright, now we're going to go for 375, and then I'm going to go and eat a quick lunch. What's really weird to me is the YouTube EXP system, where, like, Hush, you've sent way more messages than Pi, but, no, Soul, I meant. But Soul is also ahead of you in terms of the XP, which is just really, like, makes no sense at all. I mean, it's not ahead of you, but you're still number 2. You guys are equal at 75, and it's just kind of weird. I think this is a good song. It's just a little different than the usual thing that I listen to. I'm gonna like it, but I'm not gonna listen to it probably in the future. It's a good song. It's just not the type of thing that I'd listen to very often. It's like I would listen to this band's discography and then probably never listen to them again. Because it's not like super angry, but it's also not happy and it's not sad. So it's kind of like just a song to me. Um, which means I never really have a situation where I'd listen to it. Like, I guess kind of right now where I'm just kind of chilling. Um, but I don't really do this very often. It's more of like when I'm streaming, I guess, which isn't not that much, but it also isn't that much. I do not stream that. I do not stream often enough to have like a streaming playlist. I just go with whatever comes on. Which is honestly usually some metal. Metal, rock, yesterday I think there was country at some point. Which isn't my favorite genre, but I'll listen to some of it. And then there was also, what was there? I think that there was, pop? Yeah, there was definitely some pop in there. Pretty sure he's considered hyper pop, so there was some hyper pop for a little while. It was honestly a pretty good session in terms of the music played. There was enough variety for me. I had to swap things around a little bit, but it was good. It wasn't anything like rap or anything though. And in terms of pop, like not Sabrina. Oh, actually there was rap, cause of him. He's a rapper, but not pop as in like Sabrina Carpenter or Taylor Swift. Not those two. I would not listen to those. You're finally here. You didn't say anything for so long. I was a little worried that you didn't exist anymore. You're also first place now. You're 100 XP, I guess, which means that you're in front of Soul. Hooray! It only took like a million more messages than he sent. Everyone else kind of disappeared right away. You like Spooky yesterday. Spooky was really active. And then you're active today. So it's kind of nice actually. I enjoy having people around when I'm talking to myself. So that's not just talking to myself. Um, Spooky should be around sometime later. I think that Spooky was on around like noon yesterday, because that's like 5 p.m. for them. So, I don't know. Hi, Never. Were you here this entire time, or did you just now show back up? Because you were here earlier. Because you sent one message, and then I did not hear from you at all. $125 is interesting, because you were just at 75 tied with Soul last time I checked. But okay. I'm assuming that YouTube has like a really stupid system where you just like get EXP 1 in 100 times or something, and then like that's how XP works. I feel like that's what it is, and that would make 0 sense, but also it would make perfect sense considering it's YouTube. So I don't know this band either. I do. Never mind. That was Bullet for My Valentine. Okay. Yeah, see, like, you got 0 EXP for, like, forever. And then suddenly now you're getting a ton. I genuinely do not get it. You were here? Why do you never talk? I mean, I guess it's kind of fitting considering you're never, but man, you showed up at like the start of the stream and I haven't heard from you since. Alrighty. 12 more cycles and then I'm gonna go and eat something for lunch. Because I am getting hungry. And yesterday I kind of just worked through the hunger and that sucked. Because I ate at like 10 yesterday and then I did not eat anything else until 4. And I got off at 4. So I was kind of just like starving the entire time. Which I would not like to do today. But we've got 11 more cycles, which is not too much for. I mean, plus I have to bring it back to my base, but we're going to ignore any of the extra work that's involved in this. I was contemplating, earlier today, I was contemplating changing my counter, because right now I have it set to count how many cycles I've done. And I was thinking that maybe I could set it to, the actual amount of candy bags I have instead, so I don't ever have to do any multiplication. And I was kind of like, well, then it's division to figure out how many cycles I've done. Which isn't really important, since it goes up by 100 every single time that I try and move them. Like, every single time that I drive them back to my base, the candy bags, it's in intervals of 100. But also, like, I don't really know if I care that much about knowing how many candy bags I have compared to how many cycles that I've done, because cycles are a lot more recognizable, to me, at least now, than the amount of candy bags. Like, I don't know how close I am to done without some calculation, if I do it by the amount of candy bags that I have, but I know pretty well how close I am right now. Like, I've got, 5 times 25, 125, which is just a little over 2 hours, supposedly, after I finish this one. Which is actually not that bad. I'm making good pace, aren't I? If I finish this before 2 hours, then I'll actually be done, like, not that far from now. I mean, 2 hours is still a lot of time to be streaming this, but it's not that bad. I mean, I've already been streaming it for 2 hours, and I'm not that tired yet. Not that tired of it. Yesterday, it was getting a little hard to keep my eyes open with this, I swear. It was, getting a little boring. That's why I stopped streaming for the day. I was also going to stream later that night, but I only had like an hour, and I decided to watch a Breaking Bad episode instead, which I got interrupted during. I was not able to finish my Breaking Bad episode, which was very, very upsetting to me. So I do have to watch that episode today, probably after I finish this stream. And then, like, maybe next weekend, I'll get, like, YouTubers and stuff hanging out to open these. Which means that after I finish this stream, I should probably message people right as soon as possible. Get, like, a list of people that I need to ask. It's kind of sad, because I was not gonna have to do this. I actually asked I was gonna pay Byte to do it, and then Byte was hospitalized. So, I mean, it definitely makes it obvious that there was no duping involved, right? And it shows my dedication to this project, but also, boy oh boy. I'll probably try and do some sort of advertising for the stream that'll be coming up for opening and blowing these up. I can probably do that when people show up to watch the Internet Project streams, because I'll be doing those in between then. Yo, I actually flipped one onto the counter. That's kind of crazy. Never expected that to happen. Well, given that Never is here, I probably should stop saying never outside of referring to him. Never, how would you react if I started calling you not ever? Okay, well, that one just hit me in the legs. I was trying to aim it again. I tried to aim it and I just hit myself. I think that the best way to do it is to not aim at all, and then just hope. Because this is the first time in 6.5 hours of streaming this that has happened. Which means that it probably will never happen again. Alrighty, and then one more cycle after this one, and then I can go and eat. What is happening in my server? I just heard you may now... I just saw you may now kiss the bride in my server, and I'm not... I don't know what's happening in there. Fire just said, I'm sadly straight. What does he mean? I'm sadly straight. I don't know how I'm supposed... How does someone react to I'm sadly straight? One second, because after I do this cycle, I'm going to check my server really quick. Okay. Who is that random? He does not hate me. He certainly does not like you because you defended me. I love you platonically. No! After I eat, it'll be 125 more cycles. Fire edited his message to say I love you platonically instead of just I love you. That's so mean. That is possibly the worst. Okay. I think I have to start censoring people on my server, bro. It took Fire that long to realize that that is a blocked word in my server. Just because, like, they're kind of hot topics, I have, like, gay blocked in my server. Not because I hate gay people, but, like, I think that I think that Fire is upset that I have it blocked. My server is so weird. I should ban Pi. He causes problems. Because Pi said something about interns hating me, and then I said that he doesn't. And then Fire said he certainly does not like you because you defended me. In parentheses, I love you platonically. And then Pi said you may now kiss the bride. And then Fire said I'm sadly straight. What does that mean? That means he wants to be gay? Yeah, exactly. How do I react to Fire saying that he's sadly gay? All that could possibly mean is that he would like to like men, which means that he likes men. Like, how can you want to like men without also liking men, you know? I feel like Fire is just gay and like that. That's him admitting it, right? What else could it possibly be? Debatable. I told Pi that my auto mod on my server prevents people like him from doing bad things, and then he said debatable, which I mean, like, it kind of is, because he does bad things anyways. But, you know. It tries its best, and then he just bypasses, which means that I need to ban him. Which he probably wouldn't be too happy about, actually. Okay, I feel like this is a reasonable amount for this truck. And if I just drive it back over to here, I can park it over to this part right here, and that should be decent at least. Yeah, see, it's not so bad anymore. It kind of looks like a house. Hey, Spooky, how you doing? I was talking about you a little while ago, how you were hanging out on stream yesterday. It was great. Having people to talk to was lovely. Um, I promised you that truckload yesterday. I'm about to go and eat lunch, so I'll do that after I eat, I guess. I could do that. Set aside that truck for you. Uh, I'm doing pretty good. I pretty much like woke up and then immediately started doing this. So I've kind of got to eat lunch because I had a very, very small breakfast. But, um, I'm doing alright. Nothing too bad has happened today, mostly because it's still the very early morning, but, you know. Yeah, so after I finish with this, alright, I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this area to look a little more round. Or at least not so pointy, I guess. Because right now it looks really, really pointy. And the bottom looks very, very flat, so I don't know how I'm supposed to react to that, but whatever. You see, it looks a little better now. However, for right now, I'm gonna go and eat lunch, so maybe this will be an alright screen. Oh. Oh, this needs to be my Roblox right now. Okay, so that works, but this won't. There she goes. Alrighty. Okay, and that works now. So, I mean, does Slash Socials even work anymore? No, it doesn't. Okay. Uh, my username is Major Horsch. So there you go, right there. Okay. The music isn't even in here. That's kind of sad. Let me actually try and get the music into here. If I go ahead and do this, and can I just copy and paste this into the resuming soon screen? Yes, I can. Alrighty. So there's music now. The application audio capture is not doing anything, so I can just delete that, right? Remove. Sure, I could add you instead. Send your username, and I'll add you in a moment. Unless your username is your username on YouTube, in that case, I can just go ahead and check this. I can't tell if it is or not. It doesn't look like the one that you have in your profile picture. Yeah, looking at that, I can't. Ah, see, yeah, Jacko Taco. Okay, I see that. Okay, I sent you a friend request. Now I'm gonna go and eat lunch, and I'll be back shortly. Yeah, okay. Alrighty, guys, guess who's back? I should redo some of the stream stuff that I have. Anyways, this is the right one, I think. No, oh, no, it's just the first one. Right, there we go. Now we're back to what it should be. Okay. So, now, I just need to bring my counter back. Turn down my brightness and my volume. Okay, my lunch was alright. I just ate a sandwich, so try to make it as quick as possible. Didn't want to leave you guys waiting for too long. Alrighty. Yeah, so now I'll go ahead and do your truck. I'd say so. I'd say so. I also talked to my stepmother for a little while I was eating, so I was a little later than I would have been had I not, but it was an alright lunch. I kind of just ate to get it out of the way, so. Of course, this truckload is for Spooky, so I won't be doing the normal thing that I do. I'm just going to be filling it with the candy bags. As far as it goes, I cannot be bothered to get you a super full truck, so you're going to have to take the probably like 50 or so. It won't be a bad truck, it'll just not be organized or anything. My music is also off, so I should probably turn that back on before I start going insane. Let's see. Okay. That's weird. The lights aren't even on in this place. Those are not, like, visibly on lights. They don't look like they're glowing at all. It's going in a big pile anyway? Alright. That works then, huh? I don't know, however many you're willing to give me. Cause like, I don't use them very often. Probably like 5, I guess, would be the most that I really need. Because like, I don't know, 5 is a pretty good amount. I'm too lazy to continue stocking up, so my pile I have should be done, not away and gain energy for the next items. I'm probably not even gonna do anything for the next items unless there's something like candy bags. I'll probably get like one at most of each item. Every time would be fine, sure. Again, whatever you're willing to give. So, if that's 10, if that's, 5, if that's 1, I don't really mind. I don't lose axes that often, actually. I only lost them when I was building, the pagoda. For the Japanese comp, I lost too many axes, and I think my refined axe, which was kind of sad, because I bought that refined axe myself, but, um, I ended up, losing a lot of axes during that, because I had to get volcano wood, or lava wood, or whatever you want to call it, and I ended up dying like an idiot, so, twice, actually. I don't really accuse people of hacking anyway, don't worry. I mean, yeah, that's fair. I'd probably buy a lot of the balls. Like, that's probably what I'll do. I'll buy, like, 100 or so of the balls, and then open those live or something. Probably not live, actually, because that's going to be early morning. Um, but I'll probably record it, at the very least, and then do a voiceover or something. But I don't feel like I'm gonna buy a whole lot of the gifts. Maybe if there's like a worthwhile thing, like if there's an axe like the refined axe, like maybe he could do something that's better for cutting end times wood, because jeepers cripes, dude. Like maybe an end times refined axe, dude. Please, I would really like something better for it. We need netherite upgrade trims in Lumber Tycoon. Or upgrade, not trims, templates. Templates. See, I got that. I got that. I just needed a second. I don't play much Minecraft. I actually should start playing more Minecraft soon. I was getting into Redstone for a while, like 2 years ago, and then I just stopped. I'm thinking it could be a cool thing to do videos on. No, I have a truckload of refined axes somewhere, so I'm alright on those. I think that since I'm trying to do more of a YouTube thing, it's important for me to, do as much streaming and videos as I possibly can, so I probably will, if I, because I might want to do a Let's Play series, because that does get good views, you know, and also I think it could be fun, so maybe, like, before Christmas I start doing that, and I could have Let's Play going, and I could immediately get some good money based on the Christmas items, but I would have to grind out a whole lot, and I don't know how my free time's gonna look, because I do have to start tutoring people, and I'm gonna have to do, just a lot of work to get college classes started up. I do not need an end times axe, I'm alright. Alrighty, let me go ahead and change my VIP server to let friends join. Given that I have done so many of these cycles myself, I think that it would be wise of me to do all of them myself. At least up to 2,000. And then I think that it's best for me to just do them all myself, unfortunately. Alright, Spooky, you should be able to join my VIP server. Ugh. As much as I want to accept a donation of candy bags, I shouldn't, just by the fact that I started this myself and I guess I should finish it myself. Thanks for the offer, though. I appreciate it. Hi, Spooky. Oh. That was made by Try? It's an Apton item. That's weird. Cyber Antlers? Okay. Didn't know that existed. Hello. I'm gonna need visits once you actually fully load in. Alrighty. Where do you want it? Like, is... Okay, stop moving. Oops, one fell. Give me a moment. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give you permission to drive, and you just move it to where you want. Okay. That's fine. Alright, I will bring the other candy bag over. I have a utility vehicle, so I can bring that over. So I'm gonna go and painstakingly travel all the way to my plot. You know, I can just reset. That's okay. I'll pick up my silver axe so I don't just vandalize your plot. I'll bring it closer. Is that all? 'Cause I don't know if you're getting more or not. I would like to not like ask extra of you. 5 more. Okay. So I will bring it closer to there. There we go. I don't trust myself to pick from where you're picking from, so I'll just let you do that. I don't trust myself on other people's plots very much. Okay, radical. Thank you, Spooky. I'll be carefully bringing this back to my base. Um, Alrighty. Do I have save firms? Alrighty. There we go. Okay. There you go. Enjoy. I can't respawn my truck until you reload. You could stay in the server, depending on how laggy it is. If it's too laggy, then I would require you to leave. But I don't know how laggy your base is. However, you have to reload so that I can respawn my truck without despawning the truck over there. Because, like, right now, if I respawn my truck, it's going to delete the one that you have on your plot, I think. Okay, then. And if I respawn my truck, it should not despawn yours. Alright, and now I'll get back to buying candy bags. Yeah, this is definitely going to make my buying a little slower. think it's just a bit more. Is it because you're loading in? I think you're loading in, and that's the problem here. I don't think it's just that your base is like super massive or anything, so it should be better now. Yeah. It's... No, you're not loaded in yet. Can't tell exactly what that lag spike was from. There's another one right there. Definitely felt some lag in that. Yeah, of course. Of course. I'm not really in that much of a time crunch, so I don't really mind to give you some stuff. It's all right. It didn't take that much time, so. Sure. Okay. Really depends on what you want made. I don't, I usually do more of like helping people if they have a small issue with logic or just doing my own builds, but it kind of depends on what you need. Uh, yeah, I'll, whatever you need. If I can do it, I'll help. That's actually a pretty easy thing to do. I could totally do that for you. Um, oh, literal doors. Ooh. Depending, no, cause, huh. Um, I don't do any door bridge stuff, so like if you've got door bridge stuff going on, you'd have to make the door bridge and then tell me how I need to connect up the wires, what door I need to open for it. I know that there are ways to make garage doors that work like that. Hatches are a lot easier since, it's, like, essentially nothing. That's kind of what I assumed, you were asking for, but it's still, it's still not too hard to do that as long as you can do the door bridge stuff. Or I could look up a tutorial for it, but I also don't want to do that, because what you're asking me for is basically no logic at all if it's just the doors. Because if it's doors, then that's literally just a button. That's the entirety of the logic for that, so... It, it would be much easier to do hatches, and it would also require some little bit of actual logic. Uh, so I don't really like to do logic where there's like no actual complexity to it at all. I mean, there's not really any complexity to the hatches either, but it's at least better than just wiring up a single button. I mean, if you really need, but I could also just give you a list, because it is not a lot. Alrighty, never. It was good to see you. Have a nice day. I do not need any, thank you, though. I'm gonna stop the type of music I'm listening to. I'm starting to get a headache. Alright, that's fine. See ya. Welcome back, Spooky. I know that the game stopped. I was focusing on, something else. Sorry. I know that the stream is laggy, though. The, if you mean... I don't know how, like, laggy it is, if you mean, like, it's showing, like, low frames, or... Because I know that there is a lot of stream delay. It's been terrible for a long, long time. My stream delay is bad. Oh, it looks pretty good to me. It's just... Okay. I guess you meant stream delay then. Yeah, that's never really been good for this, for my streams. My streams have always had pretty bad stream delay. I think it's part of the reason why I don't get a whole lot of viewers is because people will show up, and then have to wait 20 seconds for me to actually reply to them. So, yeah. The 20 seconds or so of stream delay, or however much it is, really does not help with viewer retention. I've never had my stream crash, though, so I'm not too worried about that. If my stream crashes, there's a good bet that, yeah, sure, I'll open it back up to friends. If the stream crashes, there's a good chance that, my game also crashed, which would make me very upset. Okay. Um, because of how hatches are, there would have to be a 7 stud opening in the middle of that. So if you still want to do hatches, then you could just have the 7 stud middle, which basically means that no car will get through, but a person still could. Or you could try and do the door thing instead. Door thing would be a little harder though, because I can't really help with that. Uh, what I meant was like, say that you have 15 tall, right? Hatches are 4 tall, so you'll have a 7 stud space in the middle all the time. It will never close in those 7 studs. A car can probably fit in that 15 stud opening in total, so once you open the hatches, it'll be able to fit through. But you actually cannot prevent a player from getting through if you use the hatches for that. So that's the, one downside of using hatches for it, is that there will be an open middle. Okay. Yeah, then, the height doesn't really matter though, it's just the width that actually matters. So if you figure out the width, I can tell you how much you're gonna need for that, how many hatches. 3650, 25, 24, 3650 plus 24, 3674. 3674. Yes, sir. Alright. 35 studs long. You either need to make well, you can leave it at 35 studs long. You're going to need, what is that? 9. That is going to require 18 hatches. Oops, almost forgot to add that one. Actually, no, I don't trust myself that was one that I hadn't already counted, so I'm gonna not put that on there. Sure. This pile really does not look like 100. I'm a little afraid that somehow I messed up and bought too few. Okay, I know for a fact that I bought an extra one there. An MRI scan? For what? Something wrong with them? Alright, well, I wish you, no struggle, I guess. I hope that you don't find anything wrong during that MRI. Yeah, of course. Pi is not here right now. I think that after yesterday, when I yelled at him, he decided to stop showing up. Because he was here this morning, and just kind of said hi. Um, and then disappeared because I did not respond to him. I still have to buy the candy bags. I'm trying to get to 500 cycles, so which is gonna take like another hour. I would like to not waste any time, whereas I might have something to do soon, like my parents might come and ask me to do something, and I'd like to minimize the time that I'm away from doing this, because like if something like that happens and the items go off sale, then I can't buy any more of the items. Um, since you're going out to get those, you should probably also get the other stuff that you need. I'll write it in chat. Um, Alright, I sent the list of what else you need. So 18 hatches and then everything on that list. Not XOR though, so you don't need XOR. But yes, other than that, yes. Um, honestly, you should probably just wait there until morning, since it's like not worth it to bring the ferry back with just the gates. So you might as well just wait there until you can get the rest. Yeah, I don't see any reason that any of the stores are not open 24/7. I think that, like, honestly, it's just an annoyance. It makes not really any sense. Yo, what's up? Monkey Cool. How you doing today? That depends on what you need, Monkey Cool. What you need help with? There's a lot of stream delay, so, you probably won't hear me. My mic is too low. Someone said that earlier, and then I raised it by 33%. So I need to turn it up more. Okay, I'll turn it up to, we can go 300 and see how that works out. Is that any better? Because I'm thinking that it's probably did that actually turn it down? It did. It turned it down to 30%. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, there we go. Now it's good. Actually, they turned it down to 30 instead of 300. Sorry. Definitely a mistake. I think that my music is starting to bleed through now. I think that it turned my mic up loud enough that my music started to bleed through. Alright. Okay, so I turned my music down. It should no longer be bleeding. So if this is good, then I'll just keep it here, and it should be good for everyone. All right, Spooky. I'll try to get done in little. I can help you, I guess. Yes, it is possible to do on and off with a button. So I'll actually be doing that in just a minute here for Spooky. So if you give me like probably like 10 minutes at this point, because I'll help Spooky with that as soon as I'm done with these last 6 cycles. But you can use a T-latch for that, which is a very, very simple design. You just kind of have to... Yeah, you can do that. I will show you that circuit as soon as I possibly can. Do you have Discord? Because if you have Discord, and especially if you're an Apton server, it'd be pretty easy for you to go and see a lot of the circuits that I've made or just made publicly available. But I don't have a video about T-latches yet, so if you need that design, that I could send you on Discord, or if you're an Aptons, then you can find it there. So if you do have Discord, which you just said yeah, so I'm assuming that's what you were saying yeah to. If you send your Discord username in the chat, I will friend you. Oh, okay. Well, you're ahead of the game, huh? Okay. Spooky, I can help you with grabbing logic after I do all 500 cycles, but I'm not going to help you with that before I do all the cycles, because I don't... First of all, I don't want to buy more stuff, but also, like... Okay, yeah, Oh, I accidentally typed 1 instead of A. Okay. Alright, I sent you a friend request, so... If you go ahead and accept my friend request, I can forward you the design of a T-latch. Actually, I think I can forward you both of the designs for it, just so that you can use whichever one is easier for you. Alrighty. I will send that to you in just a moment after I finish buying these. Okay. I'll send you the one that I wrote pretty recently. T-latch. Alright, and then I can forward you this. Okay, and then I'll also forward you the one from the fan group, because that's a more literally hands-on one. So, T. Whoa. Yeah, of course. Um, okay, I forwarded you the one in the fan group as well. That one should also help you if you're having a struggle, placing the wires, because I know that it's a little bit of a confusing one. So, if you need help with placing the wires, then you can follow the fan group tutorial. I'm happy to help out with logic, so, uh, however people need it, I'll be willing to do that for them. I think this was 472, but I'm not too sure, so since I didn't actually click the up thing, I'm just gonna not. Yeah, of course. It's, I like doing logic a whole lot, so, and now that you have me friended, you can message me if you have any other logic questions, so, if you need anything at all, I'm always out to help out, as long as you're not trying to get me to spend like 10 hours working with you, but, you know, for most things I'll be, able and willing. It's actually a plan of mine soon to start getting more resources out there for how to do certain circuits, but that's just gonna take a while. Alrighty, Monkey Cool. Have a nice day. Good to meet you. Alrighty, that makes 475. Almost done. Just 100 more. I think that was a ping for another giveaway ticket. It was, of course. 20 more wires to go. Nice. Hooray! I'm just getting done with this truck, moving it back, so I'll be free in only 100 more. Hooray! This has gone on too long. Yeah, because this stream's almost already 4.5 hours, so it's going to be a little longer than the last one for this. So just tell me when you're back, and I'll help you out that logic stuff. For now, I'll just continue getting as many of these as I possibly can. And the 18 hatches. Would really suck to forget those. Okay. Welcome back. Okay. All right. Hmm. 'Cause I'm like most of the way done with this right now, and then if you could wait like 10, 15 minutes for me to finish with this round of 25 cycles, that would be sick, because it's not that much more. It's like 10, 15 minutes left to work. Where the door is, you could place the hatches, so you need one row on the bottom. You will need a blueprint glitch though, so you can only place 8 of them, and then you need me to help you place the 9th. Um, so yeah, you can place the hatches, and that's kind of all you can really place. You could also wire them together, place wires between each of the hatches buttons, but that is dependent on how your flooring is. You cannot glitch alone. I oh, actually you could, but I would not like to make you, so if you instead just wait until I'm ready to help you out, then you won't have to. Okay. Okay. We should be able to finish it in that amount of time. I'm not too worried. Nah, this is gonna be quick. It's fine. Plus, I just got to 200 or 2,000 candy bags without any adverse help. So I'm thinking that it would be very cool if I ended up finishing all of this without getting any help. Okay, of course that happens. Okay. Alrighty, and then this should be probably the best place to put this truck. Okay, and then I'm gonna have to work with this really quick to make it not look like there was literally just a truck put here. Nope. We are completely done with candy bags. We've got all the ones that I need. I'm gonna post a picture of it in a few places. And then I'm done with this part of the project. Because there is a little more to do after this, but this was probably the most important part. Okay, I will in a moment. Okay. Now it kind of looks like a funky triangle. It's better than looking abnormal entirely, so. Okay. Alrighty. Alright, that's how you want to do it, and that's fine. Okay, so I'm gonna do that just to make sure that I've saved. Only data size 3 for 2,000 candy bags. That's kind of interesting. Okay, just give me a moment. Uh, okay. Um, let me see if I cannot load in really quick. Or bring in my main account so that I can just do all the glitching. You won't have to do any of it. Whoa. Oh, it's the 3rd. My VIP just renewed. I need to get Robux, like, right now. Ooh. That's not so good. Yeah, so I need to get Robux literally within the month. I didn't know it was the 3rd. I thought it was the 5th. When I looked at the date earlier, it said the 5th, I thought. That's bad. The 3rd is when my VIP renews, which means that I'm broke now. Okay. And now that I've done all the stuff I'll need to do with the click counter... Oh, you just picked me up. Okay, I'm lagging a little bit. It won't let me out of your seat. Okay. Anyways, let me... Okay, and this should work, realistically speaking. How is it that laggy? And there should still be a hatch over there. Lots of portraits? Not that many. Not that many. It's not that much. Okay. I also need to move the wire. That's my bad. Okay, could you give perms to my main account as well, so that I can work? Okay. Okay, and then if I do that, then the wire should appear right there. Okay. It isn't great. None of the merch that I've posted is very good, but okay, thank you. Okay, so that's that, and then, I'm gonna bring the truck closer. Okay. And then from here, okay, it's a little laggy, man. Is that the proper height, or does it need to be one lower? I don't know where you're planning on putting on the roof. Oh, okay. I'll do that. Oh, okay. That's fine. Not all that much work to redo. Alrighty. And I can just... It's a very easy process to move these down. Okay, and then if I do this, I can grab the last hatch, place it right there, and we've got all our hatches. Sick. Okay. And then I need to make this hatch show up again. Okay.
Okay. And then that's done. And then you have to connect the top and the bottom. So I can go ahead and do this. Okay, now place the buttons where you want them. I'm gonna just start communicating through through the stream chat because that's gonna be a lot easier to actually convey things. Okay. Yes, this live is still going, so it's a little different than it was before, but you know, whatever. Oopsies, I didn't go all the way. Is it showing through the wall? I need to check that, because I don't know. No, it isn't. Okay, good. I was a little worried for a second there. I forgot that logic components were so large. I was like, oh, wait. Okay, and then if I connect that right there, connect this over here, over here. Still nothing showing. And then the middle should also be activated by the opposite. Still nothing showing. Okay. Then I'm gonna need to drag this. Just gonna have to go over here, down here. That's not good. Or that's not good enough, I mean. Okay, and that means that they're going from the opposites, and then this should be connected here, and then I'll need to move this large floor out of my way. I'll need to connect this. I should probably bring it up, and then, okay. What I'll do from here is place a large floor right here as a base for it, just to make sure that it looks pretty. And then after that, I should just bring it back over to here so that it's not a problem. Oh, but these do phase through on this side. Oh, that's not so good. Okay. The gates are phasing through on this side. Are those specifically the NOT gates? That's the NOT gates and a couple of the wires. Is that okay for you? Okay, that's fine. Alright. That works. I can just destroy that because I'm not going to need it anymore. You can place a tile over them? Alright. You know, do you want me to place a tile over them? Because I can do the glitch thing so that it isn't a problem. And also the wires are showing over. So just tell me what you want me to do, because I can place 2 tiles so that it covers all the wires and all the NOT gate stuff, or I can redo the wires so that you only actually have to do over the NOT gates, or whatever you want to do. Okay. Please redo the wires, or please place the tile. Okay, for now, since I still have to do this, I'm going to route, okay. Okay, I'll do that in a moment. For now, I'm going to do this so that this button can connect over to the other side. Um, okay, and the hope is that that looks okay. Yes, it does. Okay. Now I just need to grab, probably, hopefully, only one more wire. No, it's too long, so 2 more wires is fine though. It's not that much. Okay. And if I go ahead and do this, yes, you can fill the post in. That'd be fine. Okay, and then only one thing left to do. I've got to connect to the output of one of these, whichever one, actually. So we'll go ahead and connect this one. Okay, and then if I press the button, there she goes. Okay. Now, just for the tiles. So I'm going to alt glitch the probably entire thing here. Definitely the NOT gates. And then yeah, of course. I don't mind. It's not a big job, so I'm a little more stingy when people ask me for like 10-hour works, but this isn't so much. I'm happy to help people out. As far as it goes, I have a lot of free time. I just kind of fill it in with logic or buying candy bags or whatever. So if you catch me when I'm not doing anything like that, usually I'll be willing to give you a hand. Okay, and then if I have this placed down 2 large tiles so that I can move those. Okay, and then one more. Okay, there she goes. Okay, that's good. You happy? Okay, now that that's done, I can leave on that account. Bring this truck back to my plot. You know what, actually, I'm gonna go ahead and grab dynamite because I know for a fact that I'll need that later. It's a deal. So, oh boy. Okay. I'll grab like 10 pieces of dynamite. Oh yeah, that's perfectly good. It was nice to talk to you. Have a good day. That is the wrong shop. Alright, I'm gonna buy 10 of these, and then I'm gonna buy 5 of the pumpkins, because I actually haven't gotten any of the pumpkins yet, and I think that it would be fair to get 5 of them. And then I'm also gonna buy 6 candy bags, because, that's 3 cycles. It's gonna be my 4th, and then I'll need 1 more cycle. Um, but I want to make sure that after the event's over, I don't have, like, nothing to remember it by. I'm actually gonna do 15, just because I'm not sure exactly how many that I'll need. So, we're gonna need 1 more. It's actually really, really cheap dynamite. Comparatively to a lot of the other things in this game, this is basically free. Like those candy bags, dude. Bought 2,000 of them, and it brought me down to 11 mil. Jeez. I mean, like, I did spend enough to be basically at 19 million beforehand, but, like, come on, man. That's still a lot. Still a lot of money that got dropped on this. Okay, but I'm gonna go ahead and buy all of these. Dude, how are these so much less than the candy bags? What was that, like, 750 a piece? Yeah, see? That's crazy. I'm only buying this many. That's unbelievable. I don't know how I should feel about that. I decided to buy the much more expensive item. Which makes sense, because it's the only one I could actually collaborate with someone on, but, like, come on. Come on, guys. We can always make this a little cheaper for me, right? But now I'm going to go ahead and go back to the words. Of course, the bridge raised, but I'm going to go ahead and buy the candy bags, and then I'm going to bring all this stuff back to the plot, take the dynamite out, reload. We'll actually reload the truck until it's black, then put the pumpkins and candy bags back into it, and just leave the dynamite out to the side somewhere. Because the dynamite's not coming with me off the spot. Actually, I can probably put all the candy bags and stuff into um, the utility car. I think that's what I'll do. Since it's up in the utility car, I'm already moving out, so I wouldn't mind that. Okay, and I'm gonna buy 2 more candy bags. One's gonna go on the truck, and the other one I'm going to open right on the counter. It would have been really, really awesome if I were able to get a white candy on that first pull. Unfortunately, I did not, but it would have been really cool if I did. Anyways, though, I'm gonna go ahead and place our 10 event items over in here. Hopefully not overfilling the truck by too much, or utility car by too much. This is literally like the cheapest variant of the utility car, so it's not very good. However, I also want to make sure that it's not so angled in the spawner. Man, it was not very pretty for a second there. Anyways, now I'm gonna go ahead and bring this truck, I guess, sort of over here. And then now it's more of a case of like, who do I invite to come and do this with me? Because I feel like for sure I should ask Apton, Smaston, Poi. Oops, almost respawned that. Anyways, now, okay, that is the end of the stream. I guess 5 hours. Jeepers Cripes, dude. 5-hour stream. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, everyone that was here. So Spooky, Firefire was here for a little while. So was Soul. So was Never. And then, of course, Hush was. So, thank you everyone who watched. Oh, also Neptune and Pi. But thanks so much for watching. Oh, and the Cool Monkey. I need to just stop adding names out of there. But thanks so much for watching, everyone, and everyone that watches this and gets all 5 hours in and sees this end part here. But thanks so much for watching. We've got all of our candy bags now, so it was a great time.